Okay, it's official. I'm going to recognize a quorum here with my duly elected role as the City of Amarillo Mayor, with the authorities vested in me by God Himself and those great citizens of the City of Amarillo. Hereby delegate that authority to my city attorney to read us legally into exec session.
Thank you, the Honorable Mayor Stanley, for that. Appreciate that. I will do so. Pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act, a closed session of the Amarillo City Council was announced on February the 10th, 2026 at 1:01 p.m. under the following authorities: Section 551.072, discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, sale, or value of real property. A public discussion of such would not be in the best interest of the city's bargaining position. Council has concluded the executive session. The time is 2:25. Thank you.
One. Mr. City Manager, you got everything ready on your side? Great. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and recognize our quorum back in here in the room. We have successfully completed an executive session, and we are now moving into our ceremonial items. If you guys would, I'm going to invite Pastor Coble up here to give our invocation. Would you guys rise and then please stay standing for the pledges?
God bless you. Thank you for the invite. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts for the opportunity of serving this community. Thank you for the gift of this city, its people, and the trusted place that we call home. Grant them wisdom that rises above personal interest, courage to make them make decisions that are just and fair, and compassion to consider the needs of every resident. May the discussion be respectful, their actions be guided by integrity, their visions be rooted in the unity and the hope. Bless each person here with clarity of thought and a spirit of cooperation so that together they can make this thing work for a common good. We ask for your guidance and protection over our city, our families, and all those that call this place home. It is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll be seated. We have a few items that we get to do today. It's not always that we have the honor of recognizing a few of our local heroes around town. And so, Council, I'm going to ask if you guys will step down. We're going to go ahead and bring up Miss Beth Duke for a recognition, and then we're going to move into a couple others.
Oh. Thank you for letting me present today. I'd like to call up two other people who need to be up here for this trophy presentation, Jerry Danforth and Donnie Hooper, and then City Manager Grayson Path. That was three. Oh, math. Go figure. Today, I'm Beth Duke, Executive Director of Center City of Amarillo, and today I have the privilege of bringing a trophy back to our beautiful downtown to mark that we have won first place in the Texas Downtown Association President's Awards for Best Restoration for our beautiful new City Hall. So give yourselves a big hand for this brand new City Hall. You know, there are some people to thank. Sims Architecture, Western Builders. They took this historic building and gave it a new life, and that's what Center City likes to do. And I want to mention that this award, we competed with cities in the 50,000 population and more, and we won. So I want to thank particularly Councilman Les Simpson, Donnie Hooper, and Jerry Danforth. They sacrificially went to Waco to pick this trophy up for me. So just so proud. And anytime I can put our city on the map, that's what I want to do. So here is your trophy. Okay. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you for going to pick it up.
No. I tell you, it was an honor. There were a lot of various projects, all great projects that we competed against and received the award. So it was a great recognition for the work that Jerry and his team did in preserving this building and giving us nice facilities not only to meet in but for our employees to be part of. So thank you for that, Jerry. We appreciate you. Thank you.
You know, this building was originally designed by Guy Carlander, one of the premier architects of our city, and they said over and over, this building could not be built today, and that it is built like an aircraft carrier. So it's going to be here long after we're gone, but I'm so proud of it for our city. And one other thing I just want to mention, because some of you were here, when we started the Downtown Amarillo Action Plan. Since 2007, just before the city adopted the Strategic Action Plan for downtown, our documented total reinvestment in Center City is $886,997,843.44. And you can imagine that we're still working because we would love to round that up. So thank you again, and congratulations to everyone.
Here. So Miss Beth Duke is an ambassador for the city of Amarillo. And so she is always out there glad-handing and welcoming and selling and promoting Amarillo. We're very thankful for all you do, and it's little things like this that mean the most. And then we'll get out of your way, but there's 4 words you very rarely hear in construction. And so, Jerry Danforth, thank you to you and your team and to Western Builders. On time, under budget. Like, that's very, very hard to hit, and he delivered a building on time and under budget. So thank you to you and your team. We appreciate you guys letting us do this. All right. Yep. You want a photo? I know. You can come around here. Go around? Yes, please. As a council, we talk about our local heroes on a daily basis. And I have the pleasure of being the director at the Texas Panhandle War Memorial. And one of our true heroes that we tend to forget about, we honor over there. He's one of 1,557 names of veterans from the Texas Panhandle who died in combat from World War I through Afghanistan. And this week is a recognition of one of our local heroes, Thomas E. Creek, who on February 13th gave his life for his company and for the United States. This is a certificate of recognition, whereas Thomas E. Creek honorably served the United States of America as a rifleman with Company I, rank Lance Corporal in the United States Marine Corps during the Vietnam War, assigned to Company I, 3D Battalion, 9th Marines, 3D Marine Division, Reinforced Fleet Marine Force, and whereas on February 13, 1969, near Cam Lo in the Republic of Vietnam, Lance Corporal Creek
distinguishing himself by acts of extraordinary heroism and selfless courage above and beyond the call of duty while engaging enemy forces during a resupply mission. And whereas, despite being seriously wounded, Lance Corporal Creek demonstrated unwavering bravery by sacrificing his own life to shield his fellow Marines from an enemy grenade, saving the lives of 5 fellow Marines and inspiring his unit to defeat the enemy and complete its vital mission. And whereas, for his conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity, Thomas E. Creek was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the highest military decoration bestowed by the United States, in recognition of his ultimate sacrifice and service to his country. And whereas the city of Amarillo recognizes and honors the legacy of Thomas E. Creek, whose courage, selflessness, and devotion to duty reflect the highest ideals of military service and continue to inspire future generations. Now, therefore, the city of Amarillo hereby recognizes and honors the life, service, and sacrifice of Thomas E. Creek and expresses his enduring gratitude for his heroism and for the profound impact of his actions on his fellow Marines, his community, and his nation.
Well, let me just say I knew Tom when we were kids. Of course, anybody that knew Tom knew him as a kid because he was 18 when he died. But he was quite a man, though. But I'll just tell you the last time I seen him is something I'll never forget. He and his brother Ross behind us were on Amarillo Boulevard, and I was there. I was in the Army at the time, and I had come home for a long weekend and met up with some friends. We were on Amarillo Boulevard, Route 66, Northeast 8th at the time. And we were talking, and all of a sudden, coming across the Northeast 8th was these 2 people marching arm in arm, singing the Marine hymn and marching in perfect step. And I couldn't figure out who they were. I thought it was a couple of drunks. But anyway, they came over and got with the group, and we talked for a while. And, I recognized it was Ross and his brother Tom. So as we were talking, I'd asked Tom, why? I found out he was in the Marines and fixing to go to Vietnam. So, Tom, why did you join the Marines? A lot of other places, I was in the Army. I didn't think that was cushy, but I knew it was better than the Marines. And so he gave me his reasons. And they ended with the words, to keep America free. And after he said that, him and Ross got together, arm in arm again, and marched out in the distance into the darkness and just disappeared. It was like a dream. But I'll always remember Tom as being the most patriotic person I've ever known. And, for somebody to win the Medal of Honor, I know a lot of people say, well, you'd never expect him. Well, Tom, you would expect it. So it was a pleasure to have known him. So glad I got to tell you this story.
Hello, my name is Jim DeWitz. I'm married into the Creek family. I just wanted to thank everyone that was involved in getting us taken care of for us, especially Tim and the rest of the council. It really means so much to us to finally have Tom recognized in town, other than, of course, we have the VA, but that's a federal thing. We wanted a state or a local thing for Tom here, so this is a great start. We're going to continue as Ross kind of is going to, stop doing all the things that we go to and everything, but Kenny and I will carry on the torch, and our sons will after that. So we're going to make sure that we keep him remembered, and this is a humongous step forward for our whole family, and we just really, from the bottom of our hearts, appreciate every bit of you, every one of you.
I'll keep us moving right along here. Could I have Mark Zimmerman join me up here? I saw him earlier. There he is. Winter Storm Fern, right, turned out to be way less impactful up here than it did even further south. Peculiar weather patterns, but still, even though we didn't get the ice and the snow that can cause all the havoc, we had some extremely cold temperatures. And so there are parts of our community that are residents, they're just unhoused. And there are good people that find themselves in hard positions at different times, and we rely on our community stakeholders. So Mark Zimmerman with Transformation Park is just one example. And I want to hand the microphone over to him to speak just to like the preparation and the willingness to work all night, all weekend, to continue to provide shelter and warmth and food and clothing and whatever was the need at the time. And then also, animal management. We have Victoria Medley back here. Our furry friends out there, and just telling people the common sense of bring your animal inside, put them in the garage, do something, is something that we take for granted as well. And so responding to that over the weekend, our hats are off not only to all of the people that care about animals in the community, but especially those stakeholders that they work 365 days a year, but this is an example. It's a great example of like what could have happened during Fern. The lights could have gone out. Start getting cold in here in a minute. Mark Zimmerman, if you don't mind, if you'll say a few words.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, when we heard that we were going to have 100-plus hours of below freezing temperature, we were talking with Doppler Dave about that, and he was like, what are you going to do? And I was like, well, we've got to make more room. And so we figured out ways to bring more people into Transformation Park. We housed about 120, 125 every night and every day through that. Then we also decided to take the old Guy and Saunders building and keep it open 24 hours a day. And so along with the Community Development Department of the city, we manned it 24 hours a day, and we have between 100 and 150 there and 25 dogs-ish, and so there were really, honestly, very few problems, a whole lot less problems than I thought there were going to be. I had somebody ask me, how'd you get permission to do this? And I said, I didn't know I was supposed to get permission to do this. I just did it. I said we were going to do it. And so the old Guy and Saunders staff jumped in, and they were gung-ho. My whole staff, man, we partnered with Salvation Army and Faith City and, like I said, the Community Development Department, tons of volunteers and other citizens who had a heart. And I'm just proud of the way Amarillo responded. Yes, it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but still the freezing temperatures were actually our reason for doing it more than even the snow. And so thank you for your support from the city and from community development. We greatly appreciate it, and thank you for all you've done for us.
Could I get everybody in public infrastructure to go ahead and make their way up here, if you would? Super happy to present this today because we get to recognize some people today. And this is just a minimal amount of people who responded to the Winter Storm Fern from our public infrastructure groups. So as they make their way up here, I want to give you a few stats I think would be very important for the public to know about all of the work that they did during this storm. I'll wait for them to get up here so they can hear it as well. They've been all very well organized, too. So this is a very small group. We had, is there more back here? Yes. Come on. Everybody. Yeah, come on. Mayor, thank you for the idea. And you see behind us here a group of people that represents about 40 or so of the people that responded to Winter Storm Fern from our public infrastructure group. But this is about, well, it's a small percentage of over 200 in public infrastructure alone that responded to this event. So very proud moment for us to be able to recognize them publicly. And I want to tell you what all they took care of during this event. First, we'll start with water distribution, wastewater treatment plant, wastewater collection, wastewater treatment plants. That entire group in utilities had about 90 employees that responded during this event. And when we talk about heroes, man, minus 10-degree wind chill, water leaks like crazy. We had main breaks. We had over 30 of those that they responded to during this event. I personally was out a few times and visiting some of those sites, and they didn't even care that you were there. They were just working. I mean, they were getting it done and moving on to the next one as quickly as they could. No one's complaining. No one said, hey, I'm not coming in and working during this winter storm. They wanted to provide the services to Amarillo, and they did it. So great job to all of them for taking care of that. They have other duties as well. Some of them are assigned to snow removal responsibilities in some of our public parking lots. They have to keep our water plant, wastewater treatment plants functional. And you don't get to see that when you're in a winter storm and we're sitting at home. And you don't even think about it, really. Them breaking ice, out literally breaking ice so they can keep the water moving through those plants. Breaking ice in the wastewater treatment plant so that the filters can continue to work. All those things so that people at home could enjoy the comforts of their home during that time. Monitoring the SCADA system constantly to making sure that pressure is up where we have a leak and adjusting those pressures so that the system will work appropriately. Our street department had over 80 personnel that responded to the event. They drove over 8,885 miles, removing, salting and sanding some of the overpasses and arterial signalized intersections. And they also did snow removal in the drifting areas that we have identified in our snow plan, plus breaking up the slush at the end of it to get it to go down the drain so that it goes away and it doesn't stay out on the streets. Over 1,000 tons of salt and sand used from our street department. And our fleet services group is represented here as well. They work 24-hour shifts so that they could keep the equipment moving. When something breaks down, they take it straight into the shop, they make the repairs, get it right back out on the street. Big important part of that. Also assisted in starting the equipment too. Some of these vehicles will not start, as you know, when they've been sitting outside and it's 5 degrees outside. So assisting in getting those started. Our traffic department placing traffic signals on steep grades into flash mode just so that vehicles coming over, in fact, the one that I went down was Pierce. Come over the top of that hill, the lights and flash down below that so that you don't slide through that intersection as there was some ice out there. Just thinking ahead about things like that were so important. Assisting also in repair of traffic signals impacted by moisture and extreme cold. Our solid waste department, additional collections up in advance of the storm coming in, and then after the storm getting and doubling up those routes so they could get them caught up. And also plowing and grading of landfill roads to ensure that the landfill could be opened on Tuesday morning, which it was. Our drainage utility department, really there were utility players in this group because they took on a certain role when they started this event, and that was to keep some of the parking lots clear they're assigned to. That role quickly shifted because Alan Harder, Director of Public Works, said, hey, we can backfill these water leaks with our equipment and our crews so that the water repair crews can move on to something else and get to the next one. Teamwork and collaboration, they did that well. Compaction and backfilling of excavation, breaking up slush as well that's in the gutters. Our Parks Department has assignments as well, and keeping certain areas clear, but they were also transitioned into other roles also. So they helped us with areas that we couldn't get to, helped us with certain parking lot responsibilities. Our facilities group, the prep work that they did, and you wouldn't realize how much goes into keeping facilities from freezing up during this type of weather event. Have to completely winterize places like the Civic Center so that they make sure, and by the way, closing the Civic Center was so valuable because we didn't have big bay doors open, freezing up the plumbing in those facilities, but prepping those buildings all across the city to make sure that they didn't freeze up. And I know we're going to leave some people out, but I wanted to mention as well emergency management, who worked this storm from the beginning to end. They're not a part of our purview in public infrastructure, but they are, because they coordinated the entire event. Max Dunlap and his team was there around the clock, making sure that everybody had their things done and the tools that they needed to get done. Mayor mentioned animal management. Agree with that. There were also just so many other people that were involved in this storm that need to be recognized. But for me, I think the greatest thing that I saw in this event was the collaboration. There was never a time where we said, hey, we need you to go do this instead. We need you to go do that instead. They just said, all right, and put their work boots on, and they went and did it. And we made it through it, and it was really, really terrible conditions out there. So I'm so glad we'll be able to recognize them and the other people that are not here today. If you would, just give them a big round of applause so even they can hear it on the broadcast. That'd be appreciated.
All right. We are truly thankful and grateful for all the men and women that we get to live in the city of Amarillo with and work around. Thank you once again. At this time, I'll officially call us to order and would ask for any announcements. Ms. City Secretary.
No announcements today, Mayor.
All right, we'll move into public comment. Before anyone gives public comment, I would like to notice item number, make sure I get this correct, 7.3, we will table this or push it. Not quite ready for everything. We had noticed it in the newspaper. How many weeks ago, like several?
It was in December, and then we had to renotice it in January.
So we've renoticed it. So it's important that we keep it on the agenda. That way that if you're reading something in the newspaper, you see that it's showing up on the agenda. But this is not an item that we're ready to move forward on. So the $30 million potential borrow and ask for all that will not be discussed or considered here today. Catching back up over to public comment, Ms. City Secretary, if you'll read us into that, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for participating in today's City Council meeting. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and we appreciate you taking the time to share them today. At each posted meeting, we invite our members of the community to address City Council on posted agenda items or topics related to city policy. During both public comment and any public hearings, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address council. At 2.5 minutes, you'll hear a beep to let you know you have 30 seconds left to wrap up. Please stay within your 3-minute limit. We'll be using both podiums today. When your name is called, please go to the open podium. When it's your turn, start by stating your name and whether or not you live inside Amarillo city limits. Then you may begin your comments to council. If your comment is about an item not listed on today's agenda, please note that the Texas Open Meetings Act limits how council may respond. Council members may make statements of fact, request that your topic be placed on a future agenda, or refer the matter to the city manager, who can have staff step out to visit with you. If you'd like to speak today and have not signed up yet, please come see me now to fill out a speaker form so we can add you to our list. We will begin public comment at this time. Our first speaker today will be Hank Brown, so you may come to the first podium. On deck after Hank will be LaVonda Mosley, so you may make your way to the second podium and be ready to speak next. And Hank, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stanley and council members. My name is Hank Brown, and I'm the general manager for Amarillo Netplex, and I reside within Amarillo city limits. I'm here today to continue to ask for your support in rezoning Amarillo Netplex from a general retail district to a general retail district with a specific use for alcohol sales and service. Netplex has followed the same process as every other applicant, completing an 18-month journey that included addressing challenges and overcoming initial denials. In August of 2024, with no restaurant tenant in place, Netplex initiated the application with the City of Amarillo and TABC. Because of outdated zoning and suite alignment issues, there was no clear solution. In October, Netplex applied for the MB license limited to the restaurant footprint. By December, the city approved the application and TABC awarded the license, meeting all city and state requirements. In January 2025, a restaurant tenant signed a lease, and Netplex gave up that license at a cost so the tenant could move forward. After continued engagement, the city accepted a rezoning request in December 2025, which was approved at the first public hearing in January last month, bringing us to today. Netplex is a privately owned, community-focused, multi-use sports and event venue serving seniors, adults, youth, nonprofits, and corporate groups. Alcohol is not the focus. It is a responsible adult amenity. We have full flexibility to operate alcohol-free during youth and family events, which is already standard practice across the youth sports industry nationwide. This is not a bar with courts. It is a professionally managed sports facility following proven models already operating successfully in Amarillo. This rezoning allows Netplex to responsibly serve the full community while maintaining a safe, family-friendly environment. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, next will be Thomas Warren to the empty podium, and Ms. Mosley, you may begin your comments.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and give my public comment, even though you pulled it from the agenda item today, because I may not be able to make it to the next meeting. LaVonda Mosley. I'm a resident of Potter County. I'm here to oppose the $30 million certificate of obligation on the agenda. I know that several of you own businesses and look at budget numbers annually. As a taxpayer, I don't understand why a budget cannot be reviewed, discussed, and put in place for the annual term. I understand that that there are unknown circumstances that might happen, and that's why we have savings accounts. And so in government it's called fund balance, I believe. So I would ask, what is the balance of that account today? If I'm not mistaken, city personnel are educated at a higher level in the areas of accounting, engineering, development, and the city manager. What is it that they missed in the budget process that city council has to even talk about a $30 million CO? As I looked at the items on the CO list, a couple jump out to me because over the last 5 years, I've stood at this podium and I've asked for upgrades for drainage and sewage improvements in our area. Floyd Hartman sat in a room of residents from Tascosa Acres 3 to 4 years ago, and he told us that the sewer system would be replaced. We're 5 years out. Nothing has been done. Nothing's been talked about on that system. I know there's been 2 development expansions in our area that have been approved, which run sewage and drainage downhill to the River Road plant. So then another thing that moves me to the bridge. What are we doing in bridges? TxDOT rebuilds our bridges, and then they turn them over to the city, if I believe, for maintenance. So I would be interested to see what's on the bridge expenditure. Street and road. That jumps out at me because I call and I ask for the weeds to be sprayed in our street. One of the council members has told me he uses his own chemicals to spray his weeds in his street, as do I. I pay a drainage fee and I pay taxes. I'm tired of using my resources to help the city. So those few things just jumped out at me. I'm going to talk about you 5 guys. I think a couple of you ran on a platform not to increase our taxes, and here we are increasing taxes. After budget, I understand there's already been a $10 million CO passed, and now we're talking about a $30 million CO. I just don't understand what your educated guys are doing that they're missing, that you have to come and ask for $30 million from your taxpayers. I'm going to ask you to take another look at that, take that off the agenda, put it out to vote for your taxpayers. I'm not opposed to helping the city, but I want to know what you're going to do with my money, and I want you to show up in my neighborhood without me calling you. I don't want you to get in the same position that your predecessors were in, and they got sued and taken into the courtroom because of a CO. $30 million, I think, is excessive, guys. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Mosley, thank you for speaking. Mr. Path, she had a list of items. Could we get a staff member assigned with her to go ahead and go through as many of those as we could to address all that we can for her?
Yeah, we'd be happy to try our best, Jess.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll invite Douglas, Abby up to the empty podium, and Mr. Warren, you may begin.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, council members, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak today. Before I get going, I want to thank Mayor Stanley and Councilmember Prescott for our conversations a few weeks ago about the board appointments, and I really do appreciate both of you gentlemen for listening and being open to your constituents. Like Ms. Mosley, I wanted to speak about the certificates of obligation today. Since it's not an action item today, I'm not demanding anything, I guess, but I wanted to bring something to your attention. You know, this is my second year. I just finished it of being the tax assessor for Potter County. So just finished our second tax season, and inevitably at the end of the tax season, I always end up having taxpayers in my office who are talking to me about making payment arrangements because they can't afford to pay their taxes. And we work with them, and we try to do as much as we can to be understanding. But having many taxpayers, including some this morning, who are in your office talking to you about the fact that they can't afford to pay what's already being levied on them, it kind of gets you thinking about how much should government be spending and how much should they be levying. And so I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. You know, I think you know this well, so I'm not trying to tell you anything you don't know, but I mean, it's not pretend money. And when we borrow, it inevitably is going to increase the tax rate, even if just a little bit. And really, I'm a believer that when you have quality infrastructure in your community, you have to make investments to keep up with the infrastructure. I'm sympathetic to that. I'm a firm believer in that. We want to have nice things in Amarillo. But also, we need to understand that the taxpayers are pretty leveraged now, and they're feeling the strain. So just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I appreciate your consideration today. Thank you.
Tim Benson will be next. And Mr. Abbey, you may begin your comments.
My name is Douglas Abbey, and this is just an observation, and it's not a criticism to the police department. Sometime around September or October last year, I had a ticket, so I went for the hearing, and there was a senior citizen there who also had a ticket. The prosecutor came to the hallway and tried to talk to us about how to go about it. When it got to her turn in the courtroom, she was told that the case has been dismissed, and I think the prosecutor or somebody could have called the elderly lady, told her that this would be dismissed instead of her coming all the way to the court in the cold. That's one. And my second point is the ticket that I had, the officer said he stopped me because I was speeding. Yet the speeding wasn't on the ticket. And so I said, I wasn't speeding. I was in the neighborhood. I was going a little above 20, 22, 23, definitely not 30 miles per hour. And so at the hearing, I was found guilty, which I had nothing to do about that. I mean, I understand, or I don't agree with the verdict, but I understand it. The third issue is somebody had run into my vehicle, a parked vehicle. Their registration plate got stuck on my vehicle, so I reported it to the police. They couldn't file charges on the person because I couldn't identify the person during the lineup. And what if somebody was killed? Could that be avoided? I mean, could the lineup be an issue? I don't think we need to wait till a serious issues arrive before we deal with those issues. And I want to commend Officer Rudy. I think he takes care of cover, either primary or elementary on the north side. My car broke down. He, out of nowhere, stopped, jump-started me, and helped me out. So to all the good police officers, I commend you, and to those that are not up to, that are not really helping, please consider helping the community. Thank you.
On deck will be Hope McCoy, and Tim, you may begin your comments.
Tim Benson, Amarillo. I'd like to see if we could put another thing on the agenda for next time about board members signing a conflict of interest agreement. I believe every board member needs to sign a conflict of interest. I think as many that comes and goes, we can't keep track of who's on there, who's not, who has signed it and who hadn't. But I think it should be mandatory that it should be signed. That's what I'd like to be put on the next agenda. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Path, I believe we have, I guess, booklets for council member board member orientation. Do you know, are there several that have a conflict of interest clause in it, or is that something you would mind looking for? Maybe we can get it directly to Mr. Benson.
Yeah, we can look at that.
Okay, which boards require that already, which ones don't? Thank you. Afternoon, Hope.
Okay, next, Dennis Petzold, if you'll come to the second podium, and Hope, you may begin.
Thank y'all for pulling the agenda on the COs, but I'm going to go ahead and give my speech because I'm here to say no to more certificates of obligation. I recently sat in on the Amarillo ASD strategic planning study and learned that over 70% families are economically disadvantaged. 70%. These households are stretched to their financial limits. These families can't afford wants like a fitness center. They need money for groceries, mortgages, utilities, medicine, and gas for their cars to get to their one job or more. You've already approved a $557 million city budget. So when you ask for another $30 million in COs, the question isn't, can it be done? The question is, why ask disadvantaged families to pay more when $500 million is already on the table. $30 million more for all of Amarillo will have to pay back on top of taxes from the last 2 years COs. It's ironic there always seems to be urgency, enough money for buildings, infrastructure for southwest Amarillo, but when it's for the northern Amarillo, no new business projects, no new growth from 1960 until the vineyards were built. No real infrastructure like Southwest gets for their tax breaks and bill hikes and CO burdens. All while Potter County Northside struggling families fund the urban core of downtown and cover shortfalls for hotels that are thriving. And Randall County and Southwest Amarillo pay less taxes and benefit the most from the growth of all of Amarillo has to pay for. That's not shared sacrifice, that's an imbalance. More COs mean more burden on the families that are struggling. Remember that 1,700 families just lost their jobs, and the Fermi workers on furlough right now. You'll be asking these types of families to shoulder more debt, again without a vote, for priorities that don't put food on their tables or lower the cost of living for them. How are they supposed to pay for these COs when debt comes knocking? Just because a few can afford it doesn't mean the other 70% can't. We're not asking for perfection. We're just asking for some restraint from the administration. We are asking for leadership that understands timing matters. All of Amarillo citizens matter. Please don't overfill your plates with more projects before you're even done eating. Finish what you've started with the budgets that already are approved. Let these struggling families catch up. Let us see some progress on these streets first before asking for more money. Please work within your means like all normal households have to. Amarillo only works when the burden is shared, and right now it isn't. Please don't make struggling families pay for the imbalance. Thank you.
Okay, Katie Alexander will be next to the empty podium. And Dennis, you may begin your comments.
My name is Dennis Petzel. I'm a local contractor. I'm hoping y'all will reconsider the vote on the Herring Hotel in regards to the developer, Todd Harmon. I have a lot of experience dealing with him. I finished out the Barfield Hotel. I have finished 2 hospitals for him, one here in Amarillo and one in Temple, Texas. And we were supposed to do another one in Beaumont, Texas. In Beaumont, we mobilized last year, and we had all the subcontract bids in hand and ready to pull the permit with the city to start in June of 25, with the promise that I would have in hand a signed contract June 1st, 2025 from Todd. We never got a signed contract or a phone call from him. He has owned this building for 5 years, and he has not even started the project as of January 1st, 2026. The city has called me numerous times because weeds have grown around the building and it gets broke into all the time. He owes the security people over $40,000, and he owes us over $130,000 on that project. We have put a $130,000 lien against the building due to no payment, and now to his house. We're out around $400,000 due to paying on his house everything, subs, concrete, garage doors, everything for 1.5 years. And after 5 years, his house is still not completed. I talked to code enforcement last month, and he has no finals on his house and is living in it. I'm not sure if you know this, but Todd Harmon cannot even step foot into the Barfield Hotel due to a no trespass. And he cannot use the Barfield Hotel's name in any capacity either. I know this due to a court settlement in Stephenville, Texas, between the owner of the Barfield and Todd Harmon, which I attended and testified at. I just wanted to bring this to your attention because he owes a lot of people, and he cannot finish most projects that he starts. I am for the Herring Hotel rebuild, but not with this developer, Todd Harmon. He can't be trusted. Thank you.
Next will be Mike Ford at the open podium. And Katie, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Katie Alexander, and I wanted to talk about the Netplex rezoning. And I wanted to start off by stating that I think the most important thing is keeping our youth safe. And I know that at the last meeting, a lot of the, I guess, arguing points were that the elderly, the senior citizens were wanting a beer after pickleball was like one of the bigger arguing points about it. And I don't understand why there's already a restaurant there that serves the alcohol. And as previously said, they went through all the trouble to get the license and application and all of that. And then they didn't do it because they wanted San Jose restaurant to succeed, which is now kind of just being held over the restaurant's head. And it's one of those, if they wanted it so badly, they should have just continued when they had the application and all of that, because that sounds like a whoops on their on their part, because they had it all and they said that they did everything the right way, but they didn't follow through. So I just don't understand why we're trying to fight so hard on this for the alcohol, and they said it would be at their discretion. And how do we know what their discretion is and what it's gonna, is it gonna be the same a year later from when, if it was approved? You know, I think that in the end it's all about money, and alcohol sales are going to be taken away from San Jose. It's inevitable to say that it wouldn't be. And I think that nothing is going to succeed there if we allow Netplex to serve alcohol. And it's not even the if, and just because we can do it doesn't mean that we should. I think that we've talked about upholding integrity in the community, and I don't think that us adding alcohol to, and I mean, it all goes back to the discretion. I mean, it says it won't be during family and children youth events, but how do we know that that's going to be upheld? And I just think that if it was such a important thing to them, they should have just continued with their license, and we should be thinking about our community, and that's not adding alcohol and creating more problems with the alcohol. We've seen what it does with Kids Inc., and that's with sober parents. I just don't think that this is the solution, and I think that we're advertising for senior citizens, but we should be worried about the youth. Thank you.
Next up will be Mike Fisher at the empty podium, and Mr. Ford, you may begin.
He's got some things to pass out. I'm hoping that they're going to have that in front of them. Thank you.
They will. I was just going to start your timer when you start.
I won't start talking until they have it. Okay. I promise. Council members, Mike Ford, Amarillo, Texas, you were entrusted to weigh consequences before committing the people's water. Yet this council chose to enter into a water agreement with Fermi America without study, without transparency, and with the exception of Councilmember Simpson, a single expression of concern for the environmental burden placed on our community's doorstep. When those charged with oversight fall silent, responsibility does not disappear. It passes to the people. Panhandle Taxpayers for Transparency did what this body did not. We organized lawfully, identified impacted members, retained qualified experts, and secured standing in the state air permitting process. Because no one on this dais would ask what it means to place the second largest natural gas power plant in the world beside our homes, schools, and workplaces. And the evidence we presented is not speculative. It is sworn, technical, and now part of the official record. Our expert analysis shows, and this is based on a 6-gigawatt plant that had 93 turbines, not an 11-gigawatt plant that Fermi is now talking about with its shareholders with 140 turbines,
Number one, air pollution levels are likely to exceed federal health standards for nitrogen, dioxide, and fine particulate matter in the multiple populated areas, including residential neighborhoods, schools, and major employment centers. The modeling used to justify, number two, the permit is materially flawed, underestimating short and long-term pollution impacts by relying on inappropriate assumptions, incomplete emissions data, and unrepresentative background measurements. Backgrounds in Dallas, San Antonio, and El Paso, those are highly representative of the High Plains. Large portions, number three, of the affected community received no meaningful notice despite being located in areas where harmful pollution levels are predicted, denying them the chance to observe, question, or respond. Number four, health risks from toxic pollutants were never adequately assessed by the applicant. Even as emissions of ammonia and formaldehyde are expected to increase across a broad area, including right here where we stand. These are not abstractions. These are foreseeable harms, identified only because citizens were forced to step forward when their elected representatives would not. Let the record show, PT-40 did not seek conflict. We sought light. And where this council would not look, the people did. You were called to be stewards. When stewardship failed, witness arose. And that witness now stands for the record and for the community you chose not to hear. Thank you.
And Mr. Fisher, you may begin. We've got a handout, council, that I'm going to pass along from Mr. Fisher.
While you guys are receiving those, my name is Mike Fisher. I live in the city limits of Amarillo. And I know you guys, as everybody else has said, the CEOs are off the agenda, but I'd just like to point out the original intent of CEOs. And this was from, I believe, what legislators intended CEOs to be. It says, quote, a tool to finance urgent or unforeseen public needs without waiting for an election. So that means emergencies, right? And I didn't see anything that really was an emergency in the CEO. So I'd like for you guys, since you have a chance to sleep on it, I'd like for you to think about that and how you handle your own personal finances, and hopefully you'll handle ours the same way. The next thing is the item that you have the handout in front of you. At the last meeting, the city secretary, the last thing she said was, city code does not include a daycare. But if you look at that, I gave you the law from TABC. And if you look at the first part that's highlighted in yellow, sales, 109.331, sales near daycare center or child care facility. So she's right. The city's ordinances doesn't mention daycare. But if you look at the law, it says rules that apply to public schools, quote, also apply to daycare centers. So in other words, when you're talking about schools, you're also talking about daycares. And another thing was, this is for Don Tips. You said something that was really profound. You said about the city pools. You said, if this was just a decision, a business decision, it's easy. But the constituents want it, and that's what I have to take into consideration. And I don't believe that a single person that's come up here that didn't have a dog in the fight, like the gentleman here, he works there. Everybody that spoke in favor of this worked there or had some kind of ownership or management. Not a single citizen spoke in favor of this, I believe. Everyone spoke against it. Everyone spoke against it at the board meeting. So I'd like for you guys to take into consideration what the law is, and you have a second chance here. I guess that's why we have a second reading. And I hope you guys take into consideration that the law's it's black and white and yellow in this case. So thanks for your time.
Mayor, that concludes everyone that signed up for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. City Secretary. I would like to acknowledge that we've had several people speak on different items, some that they are very, very invested in and even financially committed to. Everybody was respectful, addressed everyone, respectfully, made their point, kept within the 3 minutes. So I just can't tell you how much we appreciate that. You make running public comment easier. We thank you for being willing to sign up and just be in an orderly fashion so we can get all of the business work that we need to done. Would ask if I've got anybody here that didn't have an opportunity to sign up that wants to give public comment. Okay, we'll move forward. Right now, we're going to move into our consent agenda. Do I have anything that needs to come off of the consent agenda, council? Okay, with no questions on that, would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on item 5? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes with a 5-0 vote on the consent agenda. We're going to move into our discussion items. We've got one good one here. Mr. Hooper, if you want to give us a good update on streets and what we've done.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Excited about this update here to tell you what we've been doing over the past year or two for our streets, and as far as repairs, maintenance, construction, things like that we've been talking about many times over the past few years. So kind of give you a recap. I know that we have a couple of new council members here that were not a part of the original discussions that took place about this. I want to take you back a little bit and talk about just what we talked about back in, I believe this was in late 23 when this happened. I didn't have time to research the date on those meetings, but the previous council actually gave us some direction that they want us to entertain the idea of issuing debt each year for street maintenance and street reconstruction. The idea there was that we would spend a little bit on capital to be able to do a lot of work with capital each year, revolving that plan from year to year to year to be able to fund our street maintenance and our construction. So we gave a presentation to council back on February the 25th of 2025 after we put everything together in a package, and we really had to go back and look at what we were doing, the methodology and the way that we were doing our condition assessments, the methodology in which we were scheduling street maintenance over the summers, and we really revamped that whole process. So we came back and we discussed PCI in depth. That's our pavement condition index and what that means to our streets. We explained that in depth and detail. And we talked about how we wanted to change that, reevaluate that, where instead of doing every single street every 5 years in that assessment, that it was more important for us to do the arterials, the majors, if you will, every year so that we could see how those conditions are changing, and also so we could see the effect of the new program and if it is actually raising the PCI that we had instead of staying flat or declining. We discussed 5 planning priorities and goals that we had for street maintenance and street reconstruction. 4 out of the 5 council agreed to. There was number 5 on that list, which was us building an internal mill and fill crew, if you will, internally and running that operation. Instead, we decided to contract out some of that work. But the 4 other items were completed during the process. We also discussed a yearly cycle for street maintenance, getting that on board and getting street reconstruction planning and executed as well. Then, of course, as I mentioned, we asked for council feedback. The feedback was very positive. We didn't receive any negative comments on that, and so we proceeded to move forward with that plan. And again, the original request really was that we would devise a plan that we would be able to fund street repairs on an annual basis where we had really limited funding on that. So that's where all those CO discussions took place. So I want to take you back and look at, this is a slide that was actually in that presentation from February of 2025, and the reason I'm taking you back to this just for the new council members to get up to speed so you can see where we were at that time. But we began street assessment in November for the following year's projects. That was one of the goals that we had, that we would start doing that in November instead of waiting until we would do the assessment later in the season so that we would have that data available. That would give us the opportunity to design new maintenance projects 1 year ahead of the paving maintenance season. So those were in the folder, if you will, and ready to go when we got to the following year so we could move right to those projects. And use a method of best first scenarios on our streets, and what that means is we have all kinds of conditions in that PCI. We want to take our streets that need repairs the most, but they're in the best condition out of all of those so that we can extend the life furthest for those. Street assessment will produce data-driven decisions for upcoming budget years, and it has already done that for us just in the past year and a half, 2 years we've been doing this. We also discussed project needs to be out for bid early enough to get plenty of interest from contractors. One of the challenges that we had, we're putting bids out for summer maintenance, and it would go out and get let, and the contractors would get awarded that in August. And they would literally have a month and a half, 2 months to get the work done. So we started trying to really ramp up how we were doing our designs and how we were getting those out on the streets earlier so that we could get those out in time to have a full season of paving and repairs in front of us. Check that box. We've done that, and I'll talk about that in a moment. And we also talked about awarding street maintenance projects earlier so that, again, they could be utilized earlier in the year. I want to take you back to this slide here. I know it's a bunch of jumbled mess in there, but I want to go back and talk about what we talked about in February of 2025. This was from that presentation. If you'll scan down to February, part of that plan was that we would award and issue debt in February for the next year's projects, for the up-and-coming projects, if you will. And that would put us on that cycle so that when we got to May, we could start awarding our projects. That would run all the way back through June, July, August, September, and we would do the maintenance projects, the reconstruction projects. We'd get back to November, we would start our new street assessment, then that would roll into December, and we would do our evaluation of the streets that needed to be in the next maintenance project, and then we're back in February talking about the same thing. So we were really behind on this. This is, the last year's contracts went out in August. This year's contracts are ready to go for summer maintenance to begin on time in May. Should we be awarded the money to do that, we would be able to move forward with those quickly and have a full season in front of us. This was the map that we gave you last year just to remind you the streets that were already under construction or rehab that we were working on, just a replay of that you had. We also gave you a list the last time as well. Here's the important piece I wanted to touch on here, the project status of where we're at right now with all these projects. If you look at the amount that we had a street maintenance bond of $11.865 million. We have spent to date $4.9 million. We still have $5.4 that's remaining in an APM contract. And the reason that is remaining is because they got that contract in August, and they had basically a month and a half of paving season left before they could finish that contract. So they will be back to finish that this summer to expend that $5.4. We also have $1.5 million that was unspent and uncontracted as a part of that. And the reason for that is when we put this out for bid, our prices were better because fuel prices are better. Fuel prices, it came in a lot lower. Well, we didn't have a single project that we could put that 1.5 to, so what we decided to do is roll that into this year's projects and add to that contract. So again, advanced pavement management, mill and fill overlay contract was $6.5 million. They've completed 17% of that contract, but they'll be back to finish that this summer. Intermountain slurry seal was a $3.8 million contract, and they finished that 100%. And did a really good job for us, and we were really pleased with the work for that. So the other pieces that are important here is the 24-25 Summer Street Maintenance Program. One of the other things we promised you as a council is that we would never get ourselves back into the Prop 1 situation where we're scrambling at the end to try to spend money. And we would make sure that we're meeting those deadlines, we're meeting those time frames. We have 87% of the bond under contract as of August of 25, and that will be finished this summer. We're going to come in well in advance of that. You talked about under budget and on time. We can say that about our street funding as well. Remaining funding will be added to the 26 summer maintenance project, as I mentioned a moment ago, and then that'll be completed. Also, in addition to that, we had the 24-25 pothole patching contract. It's not bond related, but that was with Fuller & Sons and APM. APM actually had 2 contracts they were awarded in that. The total for that, 5.1 lane miles have been completed. Contract cost to date, $6.1 million, and remaining in that is about $900,000, and we'll be finishing that up in this paving season as well. So we've got a lot of lane miles done, and we call that pothole patching, but this was really more of the long, bigger patches that we saw Fuller and APM doing. We were doing the in-house pothole patching, and there's our Durapatcher numbers. We told you we'd report that back to you as well. Since the inception of that program, we have actually made 12,618 patches, and that's in the I know it sounds like a big number, and it is. That's a lot that we've accomplished. And on top of that, and we don't have the data for it, I didn't ask Alan to provide it, but we also have our regular pothole patching crew that's out doing the traditional hot mix pothole patching that they're doing as well. But I thought that was very good for them to start that program and already be in that position to have completed that much work. So we just really wanted to come back and give you an update, let you know where we're at, and let the public know where that money is being spent and how much we've been able to get done in the past year with that program, and look forward to continuing that. And I can try to answer any questions, or I have a host of professionals behind me that can certainly come up and answer anything else you may have.
Questions over the street update, council?
Have we seen the numbers of our index How often do they do that? Because I know we agreed.
So we every year we're going to do that street assessment on the arterials, and surprisingly enough, even after the first year, we thought we'd probably see them level out or decline just a little bit, but the overall street assessment is actually up just a little bit. So, and you're going to see, streets are going to degrade. I mean, they're degrading right now as we sit here in this chair, but we've seen positive results. We're looking forward to getting the results of the next one to see if the work that we're doing now, how it's going to affect that as well. So we'd be glad to. Alan and I were talking about it this morning, and Jerry, and I think we're going to need to compile a report on that as well, because I want to see exactly what this impact has been. It's positive, and it's exactly what we wanted it to do. You don't want that PCI to start declining which really, the overall PCI is at a fair to good level across the entire network, but we want to see that all at least at the good level, and if we're doing the work in the right places where we're doing the assessment, and behind the scenes, I don't get to see all the work that goes on between Jackson and Allen and all the crews that are really analyzing what we need to do with the amount of money that we have so that we can raise that PCI and put it in the best places possible. So I'm curious to see those numbers, especially after this summer. Good.
With the funding and the debt instruments that we've been using for this, are y'all, because I know there was an issue there for a minute of, sometimes you can have too much money and not be able to get the work done. Are we at a good balance right now of the funding that's coming in and the amount of work that your team and the crews and the contractors can do? Are we at a good spot?
I would say that now that we're on track scheduling wise, it's right in the sweet spot. I think when we were behind and we're starting those contracts later in the year, it really puts the contractor at a detriment, and then it also, you're waiting a year before you do it, so there's more degradation that takes place in those streets. So yeah, I think we're in a really good spot with the funding, absolutely, and we're able to spend that. I think you're going to see this summer, if this answers your question, that we're going to get everything done in the contracts in one summer season. That's our hope, and I think we're going to see much improvements more improvements because of that.
Good deal. Well, we appreciate you and your team. We've seen a big improvement. I've heard from citizens as well that, there's a few cones out there, but they appreciate it and appreciate the roads that are being improved. So,
thank you. I appreciate that, and credit goes to the team. They've done a great job.
Other questions, council? So I know that debt issuance is going to come back up, and we're going to continue to struggle to make sure that we understand the timelines. And ladies and gentlemen, it's very difficult when you're FY 23-24, we talked about it. FY 24-25, we put it in. FY 25-26, we funded it, right? Keep in mind how that overlaps. And so much that goes from one budget to the next, and then did we spend it? Well, FY 23-24, we budgeted a rate, we didn't fund, so we came back in 24-25, we needed to get the work done, but the work doesn't get completed now till 25-26. It's so easy to get lost in this, right? So I want to be very, very clear and accurate on how the council is trying to move forward with responsible debt issuances. The other thing that I want to make sure we're talking about is, and this isn't your department necessarily on this topic, but there are things that we've advanced the rate for on, say, a water rate that already cover the debt issuances that are going to be issued later today. So, Mr. Hooper, I know you're not my finance guy, but you do understand, you're managing all this and you're tracking this, so you put a timeline together. Do you want to comment on any of that, or are we following where we need to be on? Specifically, it's that 11.2 million that you're already getting out.
Yeah, 11.865 that we were actually was in this last contract. So, yeah, well, I'll say this. Go back to the original reason we had the discussion, and that was that our PCI, which an acceptable PCI is going to be in around the 72 range. That's your pavement condition index. Not to get a lot of detail about that. You want that to be healthy, 72, 75, somewhere in there. We were at a point where we knew we were fixing to get into the high 60 range. We were seeing the degradation of those streets. The condition of them was going down. We needed a funding source for that, and that was the solution that was provided and agreed to at that time, is that this would be a good way to put it on a cycle. It's been so much better for us as a staff to be able to address all of the issues as we see them, because now we know, hey, we know what we can plan for next year. because we know the amount that we have to plan. Having a budget for that and knowing what we have to plan for, we can go in and look at those streets and make some very good calculated decisions. So it's been very beneficial for us, and I say for us, and that's not staff. It's beneficial for the citizens that we're getting the repairs done that need to be done. If we have no funding source, then we're not going to be able to make the repairs and do the things that we need to do to keep those streets up. It's just as simple as that. And so, yeah, it's been very positive for us, and we've seen a big difference in the way we operate and do business. And I think the other thing that I would say is that council told us early on back then that we need to run this like a business, and it feels more like a business. It acts more like a business now, and it's just that being able to plan out a year ahead is always a great way to go for us. So.
Well, I've been very appreciative of your willingness to go and grab those CIPs and hold them tight to, like, you can't create the project until you have the funding. You can't put it out. I mean, there's a lot of design and prelims that go in, but you have a good protocol set up now that I think is really going to help us. It's when we look in that rearview mirror that, you know, it's hard for us to remember exactly what happened. So let's see if we can help each other here just a little bit, and it's really good for the citizens to hear what you're managing just in the streets department. So streets department budget in this current year, around $15 million, right?
Yeah, for operations of the street department, correct.
Included in that $15 million is $2.5 million of your annualized. Would you say that is large street repairs, or what do you?
The 2.5 is used for any repairs that we need outside of those COs. It doesn't get a lot done, but we find little areas where we need to do an extra or add that to the tail piece of another larger project to make it go. So we've used that in various ways. It's originally set up for us to do a mill and overlay or for chip seal or whatever we needed to use that 2.5 for. It's a maintenance item. So we've been able to use that effectively in conjunction with the other funds that we've received to do this. So yeah, it's been utilized very well.
So you're managing the budget very well, and you're getting a lot done. The Durapatchers are included in that $15 million, right?
Correct.
So that's giving a little bit of life longevity. When you see the snow, that's a great example, snow and rain. Everybody drives right next to that concrete curb, and they're just hitting that pavement. And as it splashes or floats, those are where those big potholes come in.
Yeah, and what's been nice about this last storm is it was revealing for us, because we were really looking forward to an ice event, not that it was going to damage the street, but be able to get out there and see what we could do right after that. We had the patchers out right after. In fact, I think I received a message from you saying, hey, what are the Durapatchers doing? Well, as soon as the snow was cleaned off, and we were out repairing potholes. And we haven't been able to do that in the past except for with cold mix. And if you ever worked with cold mix much, it works for a little bit, but it's not very effective. I think we have seen some really good results with that, and we're excited to be able to use those in the colder temperatures without having to wait till spring.
So one thing that you didn't see, when you went out there and you looked around, and I didn't drive all the pavement, but I drove plenty of miles, you know what you didn't see? Those Durapatchers that looked kind of like, I don't know. I mean, they're just throwing some tar down. They put some loose gravel. Everybody's driving across it. And then about a week later, we looked at it, and we would say, well, I'm not real sure where it was. Kind of blended in. Well, you know what you didn't see? You didn't see the ice, the cold event, pop every one of those loose. So the quality of the repair, not only is it timely and you're getting 12,000 plus repairs done, but we didn't see during this event the, man, that's not really going to hold. And so I'm encouraged by that. So I think we're going in a good trajectory. We are making progress. If I had you guess at, the pavement index and what the cost could be, if we needed to get caught up, let's say, we wanted to get everything paved in the next 5 years that's going to need to be paved in the next 5 years, you want to take a guess at the total cost of what that burden would be?
Oh, gosh. No, I don't know that
Several
I could take
$100
a guess
million?
at that. Well, I mean, it's so dependent upon what happens between now and 5 years, but it would be several $100 million, yes.
I've heard it all the way up to $400 million. I know we couldn't get that much work done.
There was a point in time when we were first discussing this. It's a good point you brought up, that was the number we used, was if we were actually going to get I'm cautious to use the word caught up. I don't know that any city anywhere ever is going to be caught up, because As soon as you put it down, it starts, deteriorating. But I would say that in order for us to get everything repaired and replaced that needed to be repaired and replaced at one point in time, that was our estimate, that we had the money in hand, $400 million would do it. And so this was a way that we could chip at that one piece at a time with best first, so we could make things much improved.
Well, and knowing like you're not going to get caught up, until the rapture, right? We're all get caught up. Like at that point, we're just trying to get a little closer. So with that, if we're getting $10-12 million worth of mill and overlay, mill and fill, chip seal, slurry, micro, then we are making gains. The issue would be, do you have $12 million in your $15 million that you could allocate to that?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so I need to come up with $12 million a year cash just to keep that pace that you now ask for. When I got elected, the first thing you said was, we need consistency.
We do.
The hardest thing for us is we're having to plan years in advance. And then what we get is we have no money, and then we get, we're going to borrow $100 million. And so, we would go from hot to cold, and you said, if these contractors could get some level of consistency knowing that we're going to do $10 million a year worth of work, we really could run this like a business and start to catch up. Well, what is consistent is in understanding the way good debt works. And we do this in a business sense. We do this in our homes as well. Very few of us, I don't know if anybody, goes and buys that $80,000 new pickup truck and pays cash. We go and we buy that pickup truck and we make payments on it. So the philosophy in that is, yeah, I'm paying interest, but I also don't want to part with 80 grand because I could do more with it somewhere else. So here, we don't want to not borrow money that we need to within our budget. And so what you guys may not understand is you feel like every CO that's being brought out is something you're going to have to pay for next year. That's not true. We took our first year in 23-24. We instructed our CFO to build the debt issuance rate into our overall budget. And she did. She built it in there. It's less than a penny. But it would have borrowed all that money. We weren't able to advance that money because we found the $34 million that we still had to spend. So bond counsel showed up and said, can't loan you the extra 10 at the time. You need to go spend the 34. We said, great, we'll go spend it. Well, that rate was in there in the previous year, knowing that when we were ready to issue the debt, we had it built into the rate. There's nothing wrong with doing business like that. But when we got into 24-25, we had that rate built into the budget. It's currently in your budget right now. Meaning the monies that he's spending right now, we already voted on, we already built it in the rate. Same way with water and sewer. We have a $6 million expenditure going out today for water and sewer that is already in your rate. We're not going to come to you next year and say, hey, I've got to raise your water bill because I borrowed $6 million 9 months ago. That's not the way that's working. Now, in this $30 million, that's where the change is. And we're now looking into Osage. So can you tell me a little bit about Osage, like the status of it? Because that's been one that I've been wanting to get done, and I know the community at large wants to see that happen.
Sure. So we have two pieces of that item you're talking about. You had the $12 million that would be for reconstruct or for maintenance items that we've been talking about. But we've also had a reconstruction piece in there as well that we've been talking about. Now, if we really wanted to go out and give you a list of the streets that need to be reconstructed in Amarillo, it'll be more than Osage Street. However, based on the assessment, based on the condition, that's the first one we wanted to pick off the list. That's about an $18 million, let me think about that. Is that right, Alan? Yes. Yeah, is it 18? Yeah. It's a very expensive rebuild that would go from 34th all the way to 58th. It's a large segment of roadway there that needs to be done. It's even to the point where I wish we would have done it a couple of years ago. But this would be the mechanism to have something in place for us to be able to fund that, to go out and repair and replace that street. Otherwise, we do not have the funding to go out and rebuild that street. That's a very expensive process to go through. We have other streets that we're already working on. Georgia Street is a good example of that. We have another one that's coming up very soon. In fact, we're in plans for that, and that would be Coulter Street. Back to Osage, it's at 30% design right now, so we have a good opinion of probable cost on that. We know where we set on that, and it's almost ready to go out the door for bid. We think that if we were able to get the funding for that the construction would start in 2027 on Osage after we get design done. So it's one that we've been looking forward to on our radar to get done. It needs to be done, and we have to have the funding in order to do it.
And that's included in the $30 million that would have been considered but wasn't ready.
Correct.
So how much time do we have? Because I know that the citizens want to discuss it, they want to see it, they want to get into budget, they want to see us build that into that cost so that it doesn't feel to them like we already raised taxes the 3.5%, then we came back and asked to borrow money. So tell me, budget discussions will come up, honestly, May, June, we'll be into a budget workshop into July. When is the best time to look at borrowing that $16 million or $18 million?
To keep us on that cycle, we typically would do that in February.
So why would you borrow that in February if it wasn't going to get issued the job let start construction until 27? Because I would rather build it into the rate and just not issue the money till later.
I'm going to defer to Grayson to answer the budget questions.
Part of the 28, and part of the 30, 2 of that is going for the colonies PID. So I'll set that aside for a minute here. So the other 28, 12 of that is for the summer maintenance program. So that part there is what we're ready to get started on right now. So the other part there for construction is we're in design the main part there is for the maintenance portion of that.
So the summer maintenance program, essentially, we're just not getting it done as annualized as we would like, because it was kind of the ramp up. The first year we had monies existing that we needed to go pay down. Then we put it in the second year, but we're just now getting to it. So does it slow anything down if we put that 11.2 million, the next 11 to 12 million you're not going to issue the debt until after the budget, correct?
The one that was on the agenda for today?
Right, yeah, the summer maintenance program, if we're borrowing it right now, issuing the debt today.
Payments would not be due for a year.
Yeah, so you would start construction. You would start paying contractors this summer. So this fiscal year.
Right. That's for this summer maintenance.
But as for debt payments always happen about 6 to 8 months after you issue the note. And
so let me summarize, because I don't want to get too in the weeds, but I really appreciate you being willing to just get over in the weeds a little bit, get off the pavement for a second here, and then just look at it. So as an overall eval, I'm incredibly encouraged by how well you run that department, and also with your team behind you. And so you have a really good plan. You identified one of the best things that I had heard as a business guy and being construction oriented. You needed consistency. And we just couldn't ask you to go and plan for 6-9 months and then turn around and not have any wherewithal to know what are we going to spend. So the plan to issue debt and build it into a rate, whether that rate increases the overall tax burden or holds the tax burden within the 3.5%, depends on a lot of factors. Sales tax being one of them. We are doing really good in the economy, and sales tax is up month over month. And so do we want to budget just a debt issuance on sales tax? Probably not, but we're talking about the overall architecture of the organization. So I think you are doing a really good job. I still like the plan. I just think we need to do a better job at messaging to our citizens how we're building this into a budget, so that we're not popping up in February saying, hey, we want to issue 30 million, but we're really not going to pay for it until 27. Oh, and by the way, we're not even going to spend any of that money because we can't get to it until the fall. Now, if you're pulling these jobs forward and you're moving faster than what we think, then I would say that's a good message for us to be able to tell our citizens, we're doing this here because we just sped up. We went from 3rd to 5th gear, and it'll level out as we move forward. The fleet services is a great example of how we built it into the rate in order to be able to buy vehicles annually every year, and it's already built into your rate. But we did that through a CO. Was it an emergency? No. Can we use COs for more than just emergencies, Mr. City Manager?
Yes.
Okay, and that's legal?
Yes.
Okay, so a CO has a lot of different opportunities, and it can be done in a healthy and a right way. It's like saying that a credit card is always bad. It's not. You can use a credit card in a healthy way. Council, I'm talking through way more than was just necessarily about the streets, but it's messaging that we've got to start getting in front of. I might have spurred a little additional conversation. I don't want to cut you off if you got something else.
Oh,
you
you're
want to
not.
add.
I want to remind everyone also that one of the strategies we had was that when you would issue that debt, as it would go through its time frame and roll off, we would be ready to continue that program and moving on. So as it rolls off, we issue more as it gets to the end of its life cycle. So that was part of the overall strategy.
I really appreciate you bringing that back. So what you're hearing him say is we have debt that as it rolls off, it's built into your rate. So think about the future council that will get to say, oh, you mean I don't have to go out and find $15 million for fleet? No, we built it into your rate. Now, the cost increases as inflation go, you're going to have to absorb that. But this is cyclical. It's a pay down line of credit that you can re-advance without raising the rate of the taxpayer. So we got to keep that in mind. Councilman Simpson.
Well, I would say one thing. I just want to make sure. So when we're funding the city, there's two buckets that property taxes go towards. There's the maintenance and operation side, which is, I don't know, that pays for today. That pays for police, fire, basic services, pays the bills, and that is capped at 3.5%. But the other part is the interest and sinking fund. That's a separate part, and that is when we issue debt. And staff can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but when we issue debt, that's paid out of the interest and sinking fund that we get from the property tax. I think just to be transparent, yes, we are capped on the M&O side, but we are not capped on the interest and sinking fund. And really, I mean, I'm not sure what you were meaning by building into a rate, but when we issue a new debt, that's going to raise taxes. And the reason why we got to where we are today is because we raised those taxes to pay for those debts. So there's no limit on the interest and sinking fund. So that can go up more. And as I recall, that rate did go more than the 3.5%, but it's because we felt that we needed to issue debt. But I think this point in time, so I just think we need to be transparent about that yes, if we're issuing debt, there's going to have to be, it's going to have to be paid from somewhere, and it's going to come from taxes. And unless debt is rolling off, and I don't know when the next time our debt rolls off, anytime we approve that, it's going to continue to go up. But I think what this brings up is really the more pressing issue that I think we need to be transparent about, and we all need to be thinking about this, because what we are seeing is we're seeing years of deferred maintenance, decades of deferred maintenance. And when you're looking at saying, okay, what are we going to do? We have several options to do. We can do nothing and continue to do that. We can keep the taxes and fees flat, but that's what's been done for decades. And I think that's why we're in the position that we are now. And it has consequences. What are the consequences? We have flooding in Paramount when that problem should have been taken care of before that. We have streets that need to be maintained. Even in the last thing, we deferred pool maintenance. And what have we got? We got pools that have all kinds of issues and problems because we never went, to the maintenance. So the question is, and listen, I hear when people say, boy, we don't want to raise taxes and fees. I don't want to either. We all pay them. So the question is, as a council, what are we going to do about it? Are we going to continue to hold back? In the last couple of years, we've issued debt to be able to do those things. But we're really here because of decades of deferred maintenance. Our wastewater treatment plant is failing. Flooding prevention. And deferred maintenance doesn't necessarily save money. It just delays the bill. And the bill's going to come due. And so we can sit here and kind of decide, because this is going to continue to come up. I don't know what will happen with the swimming pools. If it comes back and we say, well, to bring those pools back, it's $2 million, $4 million, $6 million. I don't know how we're going to pay for that. What are the options, to be able to do that? So I guess, just kind of looking at that, I just want to be clear, though, to pay for them, to pay for all these needs, we got several options. One is, well, can we do it out of M&O? Well, not really. I mean, we've committed that M&O money. We gave record, pay raises to our public safety, which we needed to do. But that M&O is capped, and we're not going to be able to depend on that to pay for ongoing. we can look at certificates of obligation on these things. They do allow us to move faster, avoid rising construction costs. But if I'm not mistaken, they can have a higher interest rate than maybe a GO bond. They don't have to be approved by voters, but there is a clawback that voters can file a petition. And then there's general obligation bonds, which they go to voters. They usually have lower interest rates. The downside is time and risk. They take longer. And then what are we looking at? And this is not only us that's facing it, but other places. Potter County is facing this right now. They've got a jail crisis. They've got to build a new jail. They're trying to determine how to do that. Some people are saying put it to the voters. Great, there's opportunities to do that. Some people are saying, COs, if it goes to the voters, there's things that we want to have and there's things that we need to have. But if it's something, if we can't have a city without streets, if we can't have a water and sewer system, those types of things, how are we going to fund those things if we do put them on a general obligation bond and send them to the voters? And what if the voters reject them? Then where are we on those? Things that are nice to have, those types of things, I'm very supportive of sending those nice things to have to the voters. And I think the other thing is we got to think if it's larger amounts of money, do we want to go for a CO or do we want to go for a GO? I don't think the option of just sitting here and continuing to do nothing, is the right option to take. But you've been in 3 elections. You've been in 2 elections. You and I have been in 2 elections. What was the number one thing everybody talked about? What did we say? We're going to get this done. It's infrastructure. That's all. What everybody's talking about. So I think what we're going to have is, streets are not going to fix themselves. Fire trucks don't last forever, and ignoring these problems don't make it cheaper. But we're in a reality, and we can either keep avoiding it. We can say we can do it. We can talk about general obligation bonds. I mean, there's all types of options that are out there that are on the table. But I think it's going to take this to be this mindset, and we're going to have, as a 5 of us, have to figure out how to solve these problems. We're already facing them with the deferred maintenance that has occurred over decades that's continued to be ignored. We can kick it down to the next council and continue to ignore it, or we can continue looking at some of what we've done. But I think this is not going to go away. We're not the only city in the state of Texas that is facing this, but the question is, what do we want to do to be able to solve this problem, or do we want to continue to let these things decay?
I totally agree, and I understand where you're coming from on the INS side. Interest in sinking would be nice if 50 years ago, every time they built the building, they said, well, it's $1 million, but let's pay, an extra $100,000 for upkeep, into that. We never did that. So when we cash funded anything in the city, any asset, we left it with no funding for rehabilitation, right? And so because of that, we're sitting in a place where you realize paving costs tripled from the time that you and I voted to pass a $100 million debt, 2016. So we got 1/3 of the paving done that we could have if we had just gotten out there and gotten the work done in 2016. And so things are not going to get any cheaper. I want to give you a metric, 1 penny on your tax rate. Your tax rate's what, 44 cents right now? Is it 40, a little less? 44 cents. 1 penny will revenue $18.7 million. Now that's rough math, depending on how long you fund it or look out and what it is. But in the general fund, 1 penny of tax rate increase is $18.7 million according to the math today. So I need 65, 70 cents of one, or 65, 70% of 1 penny to issue the $12 million debt, and to do that every year. I feel like it's more communication than anything. You realize we have raised your taxes every year. Nobody ran on lowering taxes. I've never said it. I showed up and I said, I will raise your taxes the 3.5% that I get to every year without bringing it to you. I will not come to you and ask you to go vote on a GO bond for maintenance and operations. We will figure out a way to do it within the budget. We did that. And then we only spent the additional money on our 2 priorities, public safety and infrastructure, right? We cut the budget in several other ways. We are not falsifying anything. Nobody's ever, no, I shouldn't say nobody. I don't believe any of us have ever told you we're going to lower your taxes. I don't see it. I think we could abolish property tax in the state of Texas first. before anybody starts trying to bring anything down. So it's just a very real, honest conversation. We have got to look at this as there's not one solution that's going to solve this problem. There are multiple ways that we're going to figure this out, and it's with good business leaders. And so I've got 4 of them up here. I'm learning a great deal from them. I appreciate the discussion. I know we probably need to move on, but you guys have got to hear us say it's not about just advancing a CO because we get to and we're not asking your permission. We are carefully considering how we are building this in an annualized budget. And we'll look forward into next year's budget this year to make sure that if we are pushing COs, 1, we're not taking them out early, so we don't ever want to do that again. And 2, these guys have what they need to go and do the job efficiently, and we're getting our money's worth. Council, I'll stop there and ask if you guys want to add anything before we move on.
Just, and I think you hit on the biggest issue, at least what I would see from the public. And there's a great line from a movie. What we have here is a failure to communicate. And if we wait to communicate to the public what the needs are to keep this city going, not to build extravagant things, but to keep the city going, we wait to a city council meeting to have that discussion. We're behind. We're not communicating out to the public what they need to hear so that they're not coming in here thinking that we're adding these huge dollars to their tax bill. They have to be prepared. If we want them to agree with what we think is best for the city, since we're the ones to get to vote on it, we've got to communicate that out to them at an early basis. And it has to start at the beginning of the year before we go into the budget cycle so that they have an understanding of why we have to do these things. If we fail to do that, then we haven't done our job as the elected officials.
I agree. I know we've got a 5 o'clock deadline. Can you tell me, Mr. City Manager, Bob, are you running this one? I think we want to pull up item 7.2, but to get to that, is that due at 5?
So 7.2 and 7.4, Katrina?
By 5
Yes.
o'clock?
Yep.
Let me do this. I'm going to go ahead and close the discussion on item 6.1. Mr. Hooper, thank you. I'm going to ask if we have any future requested agenda items. Item 6.2. Hearing none. We're going to move into our non-consent agenda. I'm going to work out an order here to meet a deadline. We're going to go ahead and pull up item 7.2. Ms. Katrina Owens.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the discussion. That was great. Today I bring you Ordinance 8235, which authorizes the issuance of the sale of the City of Amarillo, Texas, Public Property Finance Contractual Obligations, Series 2026, or PPFCOs for short. The debt would cover 4.7 for fire apparatus paid for through property taxes. City Council approved the purchase of the fire apparatus on the November 18th council meeting. This locked us in at the price for that fire apparatus, and the city was required to make payment to the manufacturer within 60 days. That did take place before the end of the year. Staff also presented information about this debt issuance on the December 9th council meeting. At that time, council approved a resolution to reimburse the city for future bond proceeds for the purchase of the fire apparatus. The debt was sold this morning, and the funding will come in on March 10th. And we have Jason Mays here if you want an update on the fire apparatus, and then we have Paul Jason with Specialized Public Finance for the results of the sale.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City staff. Paul Jason with Specialized Public Finance. Just wanted to go over the bids received this morning. Very pleased with the results. We had 7 bids. The final interest rate was 3.02%. When we presented in December, we were anticipating a higher interest rate. That's a testament to the city's AAA credit rating. These PPFCOs had that AAA rating, and that's a fixed rate for the 13-year maturity. As Katrina mentioned, if you decide to move forward today with this ordinance, the funds will be available March 10th. Bid that came in, 7 bids. TD Financial Products was the winning bidder. Very appreciative of all these firms that put in bids. Some of these firms have bid on your previous bond issues. So very pleased with these results. You can tell because of the AAA rating, strong credit, this is a very tight grouping of bids between high to low. And then as far as the payments are concerned, the first principal and interest payment will be 2/15 of 27. That's when the first payment will hit for these PPFCOs. The sources and uses, it'll fund roughly $4.6 million of the fire apparatus for the projects, and then the financing costs are included in these debt service figures. This is the second installment of the program that I know was introduced probably maybe in 24, maybe even before that, as a mechanism to fund these public safety items. Very pleased with this second installment. We're on track to hit our net debt service target of $2,950,000, and that was the direction of council at the time. So unless there's any questions, happy to answer those, but we would recommend that the City of Amarillo award $4,515,000 PPFCOs Series 2026 to TD Financial Products.
You know, it's a good point, and I want to just reiterate what Mayor said before, but like the first payment of this is due February of 27, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this will be figured in the budget, next year's budget, and I think that that's what Mayor was talking about earlier, and I think that's important for the public to understand is even though this, you know, we go out and secure this, the payment is not due until the next budget cycle, and therefore it will be considered in that budget. So
exactly.
So let me make one clarification, then we'll get to Councilman Prescott. 1 penny revenues, roughly, to like rough math, today's rate, everything moving along, 1.775 million. That's what it revenues. I had said 1 penny revenues, 18 million. That 1.775 million is debt service at that point. That's the conversion calculation. We're able to go and borrow $18 million then up to that. And you guys correct me if my math is wrong. We're just running numbers. So we can borrow on raising the tax rate from 44 cents to 45 cents. We have a borrowing power of $18+ million. Now that comes at a debt service of 1.775. So I stated that in context but didn't specify it. So I want to make sure we're saying that rightly. Councilman.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8235 as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Motion and a second from place 4. Any discussion on item 7.2? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Katrina, will you take us to item 7.4?
Yes. So ordinance 8237, which authorizes the issue of the sale of City of Amarillo, Texas water sewer revenue bonds. The debt would cover $6 million for a water main extension. The rates were in place as of October 1st, 2024. But we were not ready to issue the debt until now. We locked in the rates on October 1st by creating a new tier for commercial users over 10,000 gallons per month at a rate of $4.15. Staff also presented this item to you at the December 9th meeting, in which time council approved a resolution to publish notice of the intent to issue COs in the December 15th and December 22nd newspapers, as well as the city website. I don't know if you want an update from Donnie on the water main, and then we'll have the results by Paul Jason.
Council, if we need an update, we can get one. Otherwise, we can move along to Paul.
Nope.
Okay. Mr. Jason.
Thank you. We had a busy morning. This was our second bond issue that we bid. Katrina was obviously a part of that and watched that, but this is for the water sewer project that we mentioned. Also received 7 bids. The winning bid was R.W. Baird. The rate was 4.22%. The reason it was a higher rate, it was a 30-year term, where the PPFCOs were a 13-year term. As far as the rate we showed council in December, we estimated a rate of 4.7%. Final rate was 4.22. That saves roughly $370,000 over the life of the project. As far as the credit rating, these bonds were rated AA+, very strong credit rating. Testament again to the city. This credit rating also took into account the updated CIP for the city, so that rating was maintained and also on a stable outlook. The closing is anticipated March 10th. That's when proceeds will be available to the city. R.W. Baird, again, the winning bid, 4.22. This is a fixed rate for the life of this 30-year issue. It's callable in roughly 10 years. You could prepay or refinance. Again, we appreciate all the bids by these firms. A number of these firms have supported the Amarillo's debt issues in the past. Again, this is the debt structure. This is just a level debt service structure for 30 years to illustrate that. The first payment here is going to be October 1st, 2026. Typically, we like to have water sewer payments due after your summer revenue season, so that's why this first payment's due October 1st of 26. And then the sources and uses will generate roughly $6 million in proceeds. Investors, the winning bidder would bid a premium. That covers the cost of issuance of roughly $87,000. So $6 million will be available for the city at closing. And then we would recommend the city award $5,945,000 Waterworks and Sewer System Revenue Bonds, Series 26 to Robert W. Baird. And we're happy to answer any questions. Also, Bob Dransfield's here as your bond attorney if you have any legal questions. So.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay. I would only say this is one of the only times I can remember that we as a city have put in water and sewer based off of a revenue bond like this that reaches out to benefit an entire community for future development. And so we get some pushback that, south side Amarillo is getting, all infrastructure, north side of Amarillo is paying for it. This is going on the north side of town. It'll provide close to 1,500 houses just to one location that needed this. There's another development that's 1,000 or more homes. There's all sorts of commercial. Did you have anything, Mr. Hooper?
Well, I might mention that this project is actually in our 2021 master plan for system improvements for water distribution is really the main reason for this. And that's to resolve some pressure issues that are in that pressure plane. And it's also to continue to loop an area, a large area that is unlooped now. Now, it will provide the opportunity for development in there, but the original intent of this was for system upgrades that are needed in that area where we've seen growth to the north.
I appreciate that, and I just want to talk about the ratepayer. So we're all ratepayers because we're paying that water bill. We act like we're the last ones that are ever going to come along. You realize every time we build a home and every time they put in another business, that's a new ratepayer that pays into your system because you've got water lines that are over 50 years old that need to be replaced. How do we get to replacing more of those water lines before we just go repair main breaks? We grow. We add housing, we add development, we grow and we stimulate economy. That continues to pay into the system. How do we not get to that? We die. We stop growing. We tell people we don't want them to move here. We don't like business. We become unfriendly. So we are on a really good plan, but it is a master plan, right? And it calculates an ROI that we've got to get. This rate was built in back in 24, 25. So we've all already known about this. This is a revenue bond, not a CO. They're a little different, but they're functioning the right way. And so really appreciate the staff in pushing this forward. We're going to get this done by 5 o'clock here. Council, any further questions?
I move to adopt ordinance number 8237 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion on 7.4? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor, before we go to the next item, just a reminder, the fire chief was here, but he got his money and ran out the door. Just as a reminder, maybe Andrew, you know this, on that, how many ladders, how many engines, what was the money that we were doing for the fire department? What was that going for?
$4 million, I think, was for a few engines. No ladders this time around. That was last year's.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then we committed at a time to do those. We're now issuing the debt, and I guess we got in, as I recall, we had a certain deadline to meet to get the lowest cost on that.
We did. That's why y'all went ahead and took action at the end of last year to lock in the pricing, which was going to go up if we didn't proceed accordingly.
Yeah. And then the delivery on this is still?
There's still a couple of years
out. So this is
long-term planning.
As I recall, we kind of had a whole presentation about the aging fleet and where we are on those, and these are just some things that we're going to have to replace it at some point. And,
Yes.
and so
And similar to the streets, it's really a 10 to 13-year plan to get the cycle going, and then eventually you're just rotating the debt to just keep replacing engines. Yes, sir.
Good, thank you.
Can I get a quick clarification? Who was the second on that motion?
Place one.
Okay, thank you.
Motion from 2, second from 1. Anything else that we need on 7.4, council? Okay, we're going to drop back to 7.1. Who do I have that'll bring this item forward? Is that Brady? All right.
Mayor, did y'all have any future agenda items?
No, we did not. We asked and didn't have any, so thank you, Paul, Bob. Appreciate you guys being here. Travel safe. Yeah. Thank you. Afternoon, Brady.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So this is item 7.1. This is the second reading of ordinance 8234. This is consider the rezoning of the 6.73 acre portion of Lot 48, Block 1, Southside Acres, Unit 25, from general retail to general retail with that specific use permit 208 for on-premise primary use alcohol sales and service by indoor sports facility only. Since the vote at the last meeting was 3-2 and not unanimous, it has to be on non-consent today for its second reading. So I don't have nothing's really changed since the last meeting, so I'll take any questions you may have on it at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Kendrick. Questions, council?
Yeah, I have one question. Based on what Mr. Ford, was Mr. Ford or Mr. Fisher? Mr. Fisher gave us. It says 1,000 feet within a public school, which also includes now a daycare center. But it also says in there that the governing body of that private school or district has to request it. Are you familiar with what this is?
So my side of things is the land use and zoning side of things. When it comes to TABC regulations, that's not really planning's function other than looking at if a property is zoned appropriately. So I wouldn't really be able to speak to that part of this because this is ultimately a zoning case. This item is.
Mr. Balzan, will you want to weigh in on that, or maybe if we can hit Mrs. Coggins?
I can. Really what Brady is saying is correct. Whenever it comes to the zoning piece, this is strictly a land use piece of it. The TABC regulations on it as well is not really a piece of what you're considering today. Now, I did read through some of this as well, whenever it's been brought up. It does appear that there's different rules, a 300-foot rule and a 1,000-foot rule. It appears that a 1,000-foot rule from public or private schools has to be requested from the school districts or the school itself. The 300, basically the section that he's doing, 109.33, seems to be, it's a may. So the city may adopt these regulations to enforce the distances. What you have adopted, Stephanie probably knows a little bit better on that than I do on what exactly you've adopted on the distances.
So
go ahead.
On the distances, Councilmember Reed, and what Mr. Fisher handed out, Section 109.331 says that those provisions from schools can also be used on daycares. And I'm going to look at Brian, so I'm not an attorney. Keep in mind, if I go out of the lanes, I'm going to have him stop me. But 109.33 says that the governing body, like you said, may elect some sort of regulations. And so that carries over to the daycares as well. Because we're a city that's permissive, we could actually do less than, and so it is in our code, and we adopted the 300 feet to schools and to churches. So if a school wanted us to go to 1,000, then they would bring that forward, and the council at the time would consider that, and if they chose to, then they would adopt that into ordinance.
So I guess the only question, and you may not be able to answer this, when the original application was put in for the permit, the daycare didn't exist out there, did it?
It existed.
It did exist?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any further questions for anyone in here? No? Would entertain a motion on item 7.1.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8234 as presented in the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this guy? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion passes with a 3-2 vote. Okay, we're going to move on to item 7.3. We have the consideration of an ordinance here, and I would ask our city attorney, more appropriate to take no action on this one since it was noticed, or would you rather us table this for future?
It's completely up to you, Mayor.
Okay.
You can just take no action, though. That's what you've done in the past.
Okay. Council, if anybody would like to make a motion, feel free. Otherwise, we'll take no action on 7.3. Okay, we'll take no action on 7.3. We have accomplished 7.2, 7.4 already. We have a few considerations here that we'll run through. They're all similar. So would ask Mr. Brassfield, are you running this one? If you'll bring up item 7.5 and then I guess stay up there because you're 6, 7, and 8, sir.
Yes, sir. So try to run this as efficiently as possible. Talk a little bit briefly at the beginning of this about the history. We did just talk about this 2 weeks ago with the Mirror Street Lofts project, but we'll discuss each one, pause, give the council time to deliberate and take action before we move on to the next one. So, as a refresher, the housing tax program is administered by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. It directs that private capital toward development and preservation of affordable rental housing for low-income households. The tax credits are awarded to eligible participants to offset a portion of federal tax liability, and there's two types offered, competitive 9% and the non-competitive 4%. The housing tax program was designed to provide a source of equity financing to maximize the number of affordable units in the state's housing supply, and it ensures the supply is well maintained and operated. It also prevents losses to the state's supply of affordable housing, and the resolutions being requested from you assist the applicants with points on their application. So the first project being presented today is the Amarillo Lofts project. The applicant is Amarillo Lofts LP, a division of Gaoni Capital. This project is proposed to be located behind the Lowe's up there in the vicinity of Southwest 9th and Bell Street near Amarillo College's West Campus. The project is proposed to invest $21 million to construct no less than 85 workforce units. They are proposing to charge rent in the neighborhood of $1,000 to $1,300 a month, with the majority of those being at 60% AMI. The complex would include a fitness center, community kitchen, and activity room. This project is proposed to stay on the tax rolls, and the applicant is seeking 9%, or the 9% competitive tax credits. Amarillo Lofts LP's request is for a resolution of support, and in that resolution, it also commits the city to a $500 waiver of development fees. And it's worth noting that that is the only city funds tied to this request or any of the other ones been presented. If awarded, the tax credits and the funds would come from the state.
Questions for Mr. Brassfield, gentlemen? Always worth repeating, there's no local incentive on this one or the other items. These are requests that are made that we're glad to assist in, and if they qualify, they'll be granted those incentives from the state.
That is correct.
Great. Would entertain a motion on 7.5.
I move to adopt resolution number 02-10-26-1 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second from place one. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.6, sir.
Okay, so Resolution 21026-2 is for 7411 Tuscany Parkway. It's the Tuscany Point Apartments. This project is proposed to be in the vicinity of Southwest 45th and South Coulter, would be built back behind the Blue Sky and Teddy Jack's restaurants that are in that area. They're proposing to invest $21 million to construct around 73 workforce units. Rents would be anywhere from $500 to $1,200. Again, the majority of these being 60% AMI. Complex would include a dog park, coffee bar and picnic / barbecue areas. The project is proposed to stay on the tax rolls, and again, they're also seeking the 9% competitive tax rates. The applicant on this one is the Tuscany Point Apartments LP, which is a division of the Elizabeth Property Group. Again, the request is for a resolution of support committing us to $500 in development fee waivers, and if awarded, tax credits and funds would come from the state.
Any questions for Mr. Brassfield? Would entertain a motion on 7.6.
I'd move to adopt resolution 02-10-26-2 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on item 7.6. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.7, sir.
Okay, so Tecovas Terrace 2 project, this may ring a little bit of a bell because last year this council awarded Tecovas Terrace a project. So this is a continuation of it. It's going to be located at about 1800 Southeast 28th in the Barrio neighborhood. Barrio Neighborhood Association is in support of this, but they're proposing to invest about $18.6 million for no less than 60 workforce units. Rent's going to be between $465 and $1085. Complex again would include a secure package room, barbecue grills, community laundry. And one thing that's worth noting on this one, because of the Tecovas Terrace project that was approved last year, the Tecovas Terrace 2 project pushes this census tract to having a greater than 20% housing tax credit units per household. It's just something that needs to be noted in this particular resolution and wanted the council to be aware. But the project is proposed to stay on the tax rolls, and again, they're seeking the 9% competitive tax credits. Had this project been a rehabilitation project, not a new construction project, the resolution would not have had to include the 20% housing tax credit units notice in it. But again, it's just wash, rinse, repeat to the other two I've already presented.
Really good, sir. Questions on 7.7? Would entertain a motion.
I move to adopt resolution 02-10-26-4 as presented.
Can I get you to amend that?
I'm sorry, 02-10-26-3.
Second. Yes, sir. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this one? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes with a 5-0 vote. Before we jump on 7.8, I would take just a minute to point out there's a lady in the back named Teresa Kennedy. She's been one of the hardest working people that I've gotten to know over the past almost 5 years. When I met her, she was underneath the underpass on 10th, working some guy a little harder than I think he might have wanted to with a pressure washer, and she was cleaning up graffiti and gum and all sorts of things. And so the Barrio neighborhood is grateful for leadership like you, and your neighborhood association's done fantastic things with just very little. And so 10th Street and the updates and all of that, and I know the planning department works very well with you guys because you get out there and get the work done. So congratulations on all the growth we've seen over there, and thank you for what you do for the city of Amarillo, ma'am. All right, Drew, 7.8.
Okay, last one. Also another feather in the Barrio's cap, potentially. This project is Trovetta Terrace, would be in the vicinity of Southeast 34th and Ross. Project is proposed to invest around $21.4 million for no less than 60 workforce units. Again, rent's going to be between $460 and $1295. Project would stay on the tax rolls, and they are also seeking 9% competitive tax credits with this project. Pretty short and sweet.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Brassfield? Would ask for a motion.
I move to adopt resolution 02-10-26-4 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Gentlemen, I'll ask for one more motion unless anybody's got a comment.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second. You're adjourned. Thank you guys for being here.